Hello. I'm back because there is a new update. Let me actually get this looking at the screen. There's a new update, version 1.1b. Just came out a couple hours ago, like 5 hours ago. I'm gonna read the update notes. I'm so excited. It's Hello Islanders, Coral Island Quality of Life 1.1b update is finally released. Here are all the new changes for our 1.1b Quality of Life update. New cooking show. We've added a new cooking show hosted by Chef Siska, airing every Friday on your in-game TV. By watching, you'll learn and unlock new cooking recipes, which can then be prepared in your kitchen at home. That's perfect, because to be honest, that was my one of my criticisms, because the TV is basically for entertainment and checking the weather, but not anymore. Goddess Daily Blessing. Introducing the Goddess Daily Blessing, a feature that grants players one daily buff. Buffs can improve your chances of catching insects, fish, or scavenging rare items, among other benefits. To unlock this feature, complete 4 offerings. Once unlocked, visit the nearest fast travel point to access the Goddess Blessing option, the second choice. This feature resets daily, so remember to visit the fast travel point each day to receive your blessing. That's exciting. Mystery rocks. Mystery rocks are a new type of debris found in the Starlit Mines and the Cave of Memories. Breaking these rocks may yield ores, ore veins, seeds, rare fish, rare insects. That's really good. Or occasionally unleash monsters. The number of mystery rocks that spawn per floor depends on the number of offerings made to the goddess. For every 2 offerings, more mystery rocks will appear. Can't wait to see that. Oh, this is my favorite. Fish nets. We've added bamboo nets, a new item for passively catching fish. Unlock the small bamboo net at fishing level 3 and the large bamboo net at fishing level... Did I say bamboo? Yeah. Fishing level 7. To use, place the net at the edge of a water body. It will automatically catch fish daily. Small bamboo nets hold 1 fish, while large bamboo nets hold up to 3 of the same type. Add bait to increase your chances of catching fish. Unused bait will remain intact if no fish are caught. But bamboo nets cannot catch legendary fish, which is fair. Additional general store quests. Help Sam revive the empty sections of the general store by completing various requests. Start by triggering the local produce quest. Sam will provide more details at the store. Once completed, Sam will continue requesting your assistance to stock his store with goods, improving life for the townsfolk. That's good. I still haven't even finished the first one. Hangout hours for attractions. We've adjusted the available times for certain attractions. Observatory, only open at night. That makes sense. Hot air balloon, only open during the day. Haven't unlocked that yet. Afternoon tea, available from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's afternoon. UI improvements. Updated decor mode UI to improve switching between inventory and non-inventory modes. I think I know what they're talking about, and that was confusing to me. Added an inventory full message when buying decor in furniture shops with a full inventory. Added permanent interactable objects in the Lake Temple to show progress and rewards. I don't know what that means, but I gotta figure that out. Added one-time notifications when new areas unlock at the start of a new day. I think we're gonna see that. Added visual effects and sound effects for giving NPCs items they love. That's perfect, because that will help me to remember. Improved the crafting menu order to display items of the same category together. That's gonna help so much. Added visual effects for interactables at Cave of Memory checkpoints. Have Cave of Memories yet. Added icons to indicate if a new heart event cutscene is available. That I love that. Updated the NPC relationship menu with heart event locations and hangout locations. That's gonna help a lot. Added heart event tracking information in the player's HUD. That'll probably help too. Added income tracking to the day end UI. I thought that was already there, but must have changed it. Updated the day end UI to show heart progress and allow day changes. I don't know what that means. We'll see. Dialogue improvements, added new dynamic dialogue for Aaliyah about her trip to space. That's good. I feel like Aaliyah gets forgotten about. Introduced a cooldown for all dialogues, except marriage dialogue of 2 in-game hours. I don't know how I feel about that. So when we had the ability to speak to people like 5 times in a row, do we now have to find them all day? Like that. Added emotes for spouses after kissing and hugging. Nice, I should have been there. Added dynamic dialogue for when your spouse randomly gives a dish to the player. That's good. Added dynamic dialogue for the day after a meteor or satellite has fallen. I haven't experienced that yet. Added dynamic dialogue where your spouse mentions the wedding anniversary every year on the day of marriage. That's nice. Added dynamic dialogue for when Eva gives the player cookies at random. This is really good too. Lowered requirements for Town Rank A. We've reduced the requirements for reaching Town Rank A to make it more accessible. Town Rank B requirements reduced by 6%. Town Rank A requirements reduced by 10%. I'm Town Rank D, but that will help. These adjustments will help players reach higher ranks faster and enjoy community projects sooner. And there's balancing changes. Players now unlock the ocean farm sooner. 3 days after completing the Roots Above quest, I haven't gotten that yet, you'll receive a letter from King Krakatoa summoning you to Naga Castle. Using the milk pail, shears, and petting animals now costs 3 stamina. That means I need to get the auto collector and auto petter, or I don't know if that's what it was called. I need to get those. It'll be worth it now. Hangouts are now available at Heart Level 2, previously Heart Level 3. But they removed stamina costs for tools used without hitting a target. That'll be so nice. Additional features: improved save stability to prepare for multiplayer. Added the ability to retrieve tools from the player's bed. That's nice, even though I don't know if I'll use that. It's not realistic. Added a new cutscene after completing the Spooky Festival treasure hunt minigame. I don't know what that means, but we're about to find out because today is the Spooky Festival. Well, tomorrow in game. And I did also see that there are interactions with babies. Definitely not at that part yet, but that's nice. I also hope they helped. Well, yeah, I guess that's what they said. They helped the game to not crash as often. To help it get ready for multiplayer. That means it's coming soon. Slamming of the door always gets me. Time to load. Loading up all the new stuff. Went through a couple loading cycles. I'm so excited. I think, oh, and I saw the thing to, okay, that's mine. I think that's the deep forest. I'm so happy because I need hardwood. The hot spring is now open. Okay, so this is part of the update. Because it definitely didn't tell me when the hot spring was open, but it's been open for us. The path through the mid forest has opened up. I don't think that's what we just saw. Maybe it was. Okay. Hi guys, hello, hi. Mastered the art of being adorable. They have new... Good. They have new, what's it called? So I can't even think. Let me get the taro root. Get ready for the Spooky Day celebration tomorrow. Join us in town from 7 p.m. onward for a host of games, a variety of costumes, and a captivating Ogo Ogo parade. Cool. What's in here? Okay, it's just telling me that works. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. Okay, how do I be honest? Online shop. Now, I do want to make sure I have money for the festival, but merit exchange. Oh, we can do this too. Me happy. What would be worth it? Okay, honestly, what I'm looking for, if we're being honest, there's more options now. I don't remember all of these options being there. Maybe I just wasn't paying that close of attention. This is a lot. Okay, anyways. I want a costume. I also want to get the foraging chip. And I'm just looking just to look. Wait. Oh, 40. I thought it said 0. I was like, huh? Decor. I need to get money because the Spooky Festival, I think they have some, think about it, some scarecrows that are only available to peek at the wiki. Do I have any animal costumes? Oh. Can't afford them. I mean, could wear one of these shirts. We'll just leave it alone. I think this is what we're gonna wear in the winter. But I wonder, oh, you can't even see it on the, okay, so going to the store makes sense because you get to see it modeled on you. Oh, and you can't see the categories here either. Okay, that's good though. They give you reason to go into the store. Yeah, I want this for the kitchen, and where's this for the kitchen, but not for the living room. But I don't know what I want for the living room. Oh, I like that. Anyways, door decor. I don't need to look at those. Okay, because I do need this to be increased silver. Oh, we do not have enough silver. Not even close. Need more silver. I don't know if it's 5 or 10. Either way, we don't have it. And then, no. For these, we need silver essence. Ooh, we need silver kelp. Alright, let me get these animals out. And then we will go and explore. Oh, hold on. I don't want you guys coming out. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Raining. They don't like rain. At that osmium large duck egg. I need to go get some hay. Hope you guys don't come out here. Bye. Alright, looks like they're not coming. But I gotta figure out if they're supposed to come out at all during the winter. Why are you up there? As long as I can reach you. Cold wool. Thanks, Coco. Ooh, osmium milk. Oh. I was like, why isn't it showing it? This. Ooh. Mhm. Mm. 8:15. Okay. I'm gonna take this to the beach shack, but I'm pretty sure it's not quite open. Oh yeah, because I want to food. Yeah, I can put stuff up there. Just want one whole row of food. Okay, so there's one more space. I am Mari Code. See how long till you pass out? That's not good. I had this up already. Did. Once I'm done with the storage component, I'm gonna start upgrading the sprinkler. Need 5 batteries. Got it, perfect. Then osmium. Okay, so we need 5 earth and gold head. Earth. More gold. Put that one first. Then osmium. Oh, actually, no, it was this. Let me make sure it's not bars. Yeah, it's just ore. I need 10 osmium, basically. That's it. Do not sell. Get that taken care of. Oh, stop it. Extra chance quality. Got a little extra blessing in your corner today. Work that charm. Okay, so quality of everything will be higher. Loving the new update so much. I'm so excited. I just started, so that was my first real introduction to the update. Oh yeah, I forgot to come back to get this, didn't I? Eastern black swallowtail. Nice. Am I just too early? Uh-oh. 9, okay. Oh, my game is running slow. Okay. Cod, that's all. I don't really want to get... While I'm waiting, and I know it's going to take long time to wait. Everything that I can. Mama would be happy feeders are full. Noah. I heard they're setting up some sick games for the Spooky Festival tomorrow. Hope they're as cool as last year's. Am I so close to... I think I've hung out with him. Like flowers? Thank you for this. I don't want to hang out right now. Because I don't think I... Oh, crab. Oh, what the f... Like, no, what did I do? Um... Ash. Oh, and... So I don't have the option. New crafting recipe? Rat path. That's it though. I don't have the option. Okay, so I need to increase my fishing proficiency. I don't have those nets as an option. That's not okay. shoot, we need tool. We need wood. Oh, I have wood in my pocket. Oh, so happy. Like I don't need the bug net as much. I need the fishing pole. 2 days. Because I don't have the nets. We need it to be as updated as possible. Oh, and we can hang out with Noah. Oh, and what I wanted to look at was... Oh, there's a new event with Archie. Go to Carpenter between... Oh. Oh, I like that. Okay. I really like that. Hillside, sunny and windy. Yeah. Not sunny or windy. Queen. Okay, we need to go to the clinic. I think I already saw hers. And his is only available on sunny. Go to their house at night, basically. Fish and sips at night. Emily Salon. I never talked to Emily. Oh, we have to go to Sam's and the clinic. And their house all day. Overwhelming. I don't have to do all these in the same day though. Manor. Oh, sunny weather, not in winter. So we might not be able to see this until next year. Well, not next year. In the spring. Okay. I've been waiting for his. And Zara's boat. Oh! Community center when it's sunny. Orlin at night. Side Manor. Okay. That's alright, we can't go to the clinic and Sam's. That's registered to do all day. A lot of flies out. Mushrooms, 3 trumpet. Yeah, I don't know if I have 3, but we'll figure it out. And if we don't, then oh well. Better make sure we get some of that cereal Archie likes, honey. We're about to run out. Maybe grab more than usual since they're on sale. On it. I think Yuri asked for this, but I don't remember the brand. I'll just get this one and buy her a pastry for forgiveness if I got it wrong. A lot of people in here. Are you sure you can't decrease the price of the cinnamon rolls? You know I'm buying in bulk for the inn. Besides, you live there. If you plan on buying this much regularly, I'm sure we can discuss something, but I'll need to speak to Sam first to make sure everything is above board. That sounds good to me. Hey, what are you doing? That's mine. Oh gosh. No, I saw it first. Oh my goodness. What are you talking about? I walked through that door first. Sure, you might have, but I was definitely here right in front of the shelf before you. Ah, you and that rich lady leg of yours. No way. What? You know I keep myself in shape by tending to my very healthy and plentiful farm. Ooh, there's drama. Unlike whatever you call that patch of weed you have in front of your house. You know what, Bree, that's rude. Yeah, I was gonna say, Sam, don't you have more of that? Ladies, that's enough. You're causing a scene. Here you go. I found some more amaranth flower in the back. So there should be enough for both of you. Good to hear, Sam. I knew I can always count on you. I'll take a bag of that flour then. There's about to be a cat fight over some flour. Okay, I really don't need anything. Where is the... Oh, Theo! Playing everywhere, huh? Don't forget that the Spooky Festival is happening tomorrow. Time to dust off those cobwebs and get your costumes ready. It's gonna be fun. Flanagan, open. Oh, Sunny's sick. Didn't we just do that last year? Yes, but it's important for you to get a blood test every year. It's just routine. It'll give us a snapshot of your overall health. Nothing to be nervous about. It's nerve-wracking to wait for the results. I really don't like it. Yeah, I'm with you. It's nerve-wracking. You should skip it this year. No. Yeah, I agree. It's nerve-wracking, but it shows us the state of our health. It's wise to do every year. It's scary, but it's just a routine test. We should trust Charles on the... Yeah. Like Adventures with V said, waiting for test results can be uncomfortable. It's scary to think about what could be wrong, but you're a healthy man. Besides, your blood work will help me detect any problems early. So if you're nervous about having an illness, the test will help us find the best solution as soon as possible. Yes, that's true. Okay then, let's do it. Alright. Well, I don't really care ones that need to be on. Blacksmith. Zara's boat. I'm near Zara's boat, so. I think I'm near Zara's boat. Deficient sips. There we go. Fishing. Eat o'clock. Time is 8 o'clock time. Huh? Did I miss it? It was Scott, right? Well, it's 11, so that didn't trigger. Didn't say anything about weather, but fine. More trash. Not having much luck with these flying. A big hammer. You came back. Come to check up on me? You always do. Did I ever tell you how much I appreciate that? You haven't, but you don't need to. So you feel it too then. I always feel like I can talk to you. No matter what's going on in my life, you're there offering your support. Really, it's just because I want to open these geodes and coffers, but okay. Everything from checking in on the weather to my struggles with the Iron Eye Hammer, you're there for me. I just want you to know that I've noticed that. I've noticed you. And I want you to know that I'm here for you too, for anything. That's nice. What happened with the Iron Eye Hammer? Are we gonna find out? I don't know if I had the small figurine before. Broken sundial before. And I've had the chipped helmet before. Right, what do I have in my pocket for you guys? Oh, I gotta go back home. You can get this, because I know you love it. Okay, I like that. It is perfectly pickled. Thank you so much. Give a gift to all the townies. This was not the last gift. Okay, whatever. I've got my eyes on the Bonk the Skeleton contest at the Spooky Festival tomorrow. Mark my words. This year, the trophy's mine. I believe you. Don't even know what you're talking about. Need to go to the museum, go home, get the onyx, and come back to Raphael. Oh. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say something. You know what? I was gonna look at something else first, because I don't know if they changed offerings. I don't want to be caught slipping. Let me get the onyx and then I'll do all this so I don't have to come back here. Okay. Oh, I know where they are. Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay, they're not in here. I'm gonna say I put them here. Because she wants 3. What's his name wants 1. Oh. Perfect. Where's Ling? Figure out what I'm doing. Do not sell. I would rather give her regular. Oh, the onyx. Right here. Yeah, it's like 2. Alright, Raphael. Oh, first you go to the Lake Temple to see if anything updated over here. Why is this here? Okay, so that was the mid-forest. Nice! So it's not the deep forest that I opened. Oh my gosh. But at least I can see how close I am. Offering milestones. 6 completed offerings. Oh my gosh, I'm a third of the way done. Okay. It's fine. This is what I want. I need the greenhouse. And... okay. Anyways. See? No? What the... right? Yeah, so for nothing. I've had pink snapper. How did I not? Tiger and yucca moss. Atlas moss. Okay, this is not okay because I had already donated that. I only have these two left. Still 5 of each. I don't have any fruit. Except I did get cocoa beans, but I'm pretty sure it's silver. I gotta. Not still. Yeah, I don't have anything there except for large llama wool. I don't have any way of making these except for this. Stop it! This reset on me! Ugh. I only had one left. Oh, I don't like that at all. I had one left in the super rare gem category. Alright, it's okay. Not right, but it's okay. Why did I go to the museum? I'm so irritated I can't even pay attention. Go to the mines. Raphael, where are you at? I'm highly irritated. You're really thoughtful. Thank you so much. With the festival happening tomorrow, I guess I should try to get some of my tasks done today. Okay, so it is 2 hours between each part of the conversation. Oh no. Where's Ling? And I have an event with her. Hillside Manor. Oh, you're... Wait, Hillside Manor is... Yeah. Okay. Well, let me go find Ling at her mansion. To give her her stuff. Go this way. Yeah, I didn't go up. Don't miss the spooky festival tomorrow. Show up in your spookiest costume. You're gonna need it to blend in. Listen. Oh, that looks more realistic. You did a good job changing that. This is, or not Hillside Manor, but Ling's house. But there were 2 art cutscenes. This house. Hey Dad, have you seen that old lore with the... Theo, I've been waiting for you to come down. There's something I wish to share. Theo! Oh, she's not happy. With you. Did you ruin another pair of my headphones, Theo? Another one? Oh, about that. You better buy her some more. They're on my bed dripping wet. Yeah, I thought you got the waterproof kind. Water resistant. You can spill a little water on them, but you can't go diving with them. Well, Noah recorded my show at the tavern the other night, and I was listening to it while I was working. I accidentally dropped my pole in the water, and immediately dived in to get it. I totally forgot I was still wearing the headphones. Are you crazy? Dad, don't you have 16 more pairs of headphones in your room? I hardly think that's the point. That's true, he's being disrespectful. Of course it's not, but you can make do for now, can't you? I was just telling Theo I have some very exciting news to share. Wait, what? Exciting news? You never have exciting news. You never have any news at all. Exactly, and that, my dear children, is what my news is about. I've decided I've been in a rut. You have? Yes, I've been in a rut for 5 years, 3 months, and 10 days, and it's time for a change. Gosh. That's wonderful. Yeah, Dad, that's really great. Awesome news. Excellent. I thought you'd be pleased. What the heck is this man talking about? Well, spill the beans. What are you gonna do next? I'm already doing it. What, eating Oaty Bits for breakfast? That's the same cereal you've been eating since the dawn of time. Maybe so, but today I'm having almond milk. Living on the edge, taking life by the horns, never knowing what could happen next. Let us know when you're being serious, okay? Woohoo! Oh. Sounds exciting. Oh, I don't know why I thought I was about to go down there. That's clearly somebody I don't ever speak to. Must be Sam's wife. Yep. I highly encourage everyone to attend the Spooky Festival. It's not just a night of fun, it's a celebration of our community spirit. So it is. I'm okay. Feeling. Oh, nice. Oh! Is that Charles? Charles, would you stop moving? It's a bit hard to focus with your constant fidgeting. Okay. But breathe, please. Good, just keep still. Okay, you're done, Charles. You can relax now. Ooh, finally. Well, I have to go back to the clinic now. Also, here are the flowers you asked for. Aren't you allergic to flowers? Do you need more? Yeah, but this will do for now. Thanks, though. You can go now. See you around. Oh. There are a lot of flowers in here. Yeah, here's the thing. I'm trying to make a cape from dried flowers for my mom. Oh, cool. Cape's not like a jacket. That sounds like art. Precisely, you get it. I'm so happy. My mother is an art dealer, you see. She wears only the best of the best. With her birthday coming up, I'd like to give her something special. A cape made of dried flowers. That's either gonna turn out amazing or horrible. Hey, you're a farmer or something, right? Do you think you can bring me some wildflowers? My mother used to live here on Coral Island. Coral Island flowers would greatly add to her art collection. Oh great, let me know when you have them. If you'll excuse me, I have somewhere else to be. You may go. What? There's Ling. Bring 2 flowers? Oh, okay. You do that. But, Ling, I have black trumpets. Thank you. Oh, she only took 2. I can't talk to her? Must have already talked to her. Alright. Cool. This is like really overwhelming, but in a good way. So we need to go. My energy is low. Did I get home late yesterday? I don't remember. Must have. I just want to see what happens when I max out hearts. So we need to hang out with Raphael and then go down to the mines to see the updates. You guys are closed, that's fine. I'm still about to say hello. Are you behind the thing if you guys are closed? Hang out. Oh yeah, it's raining. What would he like to do? You know what? Spending 350 on a bath, give me energy is actually a good idea. Okay, I'm in. It does sound like something I'd enjoy. Half my energy's gone. Can I update my swimsuit? Because that's kind of boring. I'm not usually one for much activity, but today was pleasantly fun. Thank you. Your connection with Raphael is growing stronger. And I have full energy. Perfect. Empty my pockets. Want that to. And Ben is still not here. Ooh. We caught probably, yeah, 2 awesome silk moths. For as long as I couldn't get those. Wait, I'm trying to go up here. Oh, and I haven't gone. I guess I can do it when I come back. Nothing there. Those little groundhog things. Oh, doggone it. Fire gems. Oh, nice. Because I was thinking I should go into the, this mine. One, okay. Well, now I gotta donate all the gems that I get because the update messed us up. Z. Nothing. Nothing. Yay. Can go in mining with that too. Oh no. Okay. I'll just have to have some stuff in my pocket. Or actually, I'll just put it in there. Gold and wood, right? No, I didn't have wood. Wood for some stuff. Those in the refrigerator. And then we're done. We are going into the mine. Oh, shoot. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Bugs. Where did I put the food? Here we go. Because something was defense. There, green curry. Oh yeah, and jamu. I have... I put something pickled. And I think I should eat curry. Two chestnuts. Can I cut this down? No. No, there's a... There it is. Ooh, take. I remember I kept saying I can't wait to open that. Ooh, food. Oh. Oh my gosh. Scared me. This will be good when I need hay. Oh shoot. Hey, 7 hardwood. And this is the other. This is cool looking. Hey. Okay, I guess I don't. Fine, but I did see some stairs over here that I bypassed. Okay. Might come back to this guy. See if there's anything to grab. Oh yeah. You got more stuff for me. What are you selling? A gifting guru bag? Very Christmassy. Out of stock. I don't even have enough money for it. 7 o'clock on the dot. Let's start at the very top and see how many of those mystery things there are. Oh, I see them. Tiger barb. And a monster. Okay, I was gonna say that second one didn't give me anything, but yes it did. I want to get all of the geodes. I wanted to take all my gems. Really butthurt about that. Oh. Really am not looking forward to getting a bone. But alright, sir. You didn't even want to give me a bone, okay. Okay, Lotus. I didn't see anything from that. Oh, another Lotus, I guess. I got 2 Lotus. Cool. Geodes. Fossils are cool, but geodes are what makes me happy. There's a geode. Want another geode? You go down. It's getting late. I want to be down here all night. Okay. Is that all that it gave me? Yes, that's good. Rice seeds. Okay. Really not in season. You're just giving me fossils, which I guess makes sense. It's rocks, but geodes come from rocks too. Thinking I'm about to dynamite. I'm getting antsy. Oh no, we're not using osmium. Shoot. Oh, okay. Medic. Tiger barb, rare fish. Keep getting it in the garbages. Now these special rocks. Oh yeah, I was gonna. Oh boy. Oh, I'm trying to get some geodes now. Feel obligated to fight you since you decided to come out. Inventory full. Personal food. I don't know, maybe one day I'll be thankful I have so many bones. I can get anything. Literally, it gave me nothing. Late. I didn't hear a sound for it being late. Some seeds. Oh no, it's not. Okay. That's not good. Alright, this will be my last level since it's late. Perfect. Ore is perfect. Me, nothing. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna have anything to sell. Oh, fuck. Forgetting. At least I have 1 hour. How many? 10? I don't want to give anything else away. This way to do it. Come on, come on, come on. Money makers. I think I put, yeah. Caught up with all my bull. Mayo, and cheese. Go to bed. Earn 250,000 coins. Replanted forest? Did I? And completed an errand. Record? Is that a record? With the update, it's a record. But I have 40, okay? Wow, large osmium is only 345. That's so good. But duck mayonnaise is still better. And the wool cloth is even better. It's only silver. Right. I like this. Heads up, the season changes in 1 day. Seasonal crops are gonna die. I understand that. Game saved is always good to see. Festival running today. Consider checking it out. 20k. Perfect. Mari knows it's the center of your universe. Very misses you today. Love the update. Oh, knock knock. Oh, hi, Charles. Rise and shine. I didn't wake you, did I? Hey, do you happen to have any fish? The general store didn't have any. And fishing is too wet for my liking, so that won't work. No, it isn't for dinner. I need it for reasons. Not important. Oh, by the way, it's not at all relevant, but I thought I should mention it just in case. Please don't say anything about this to Millie, okay? Anyway, where are we with the fish situation? How much do I owe you? Charles, you are for free? You sure? Neat, your next lunch is on me then. Who would have thought being a farmer could make somebody so handy with things? Thank you for the fish. Okay. I just realized I didn't get an extra heart with Raphael after giving him his favorite thing in the world. Rude. Make sure I put in anything. Yeah, that's not gold, right? Let me make sure I don't need less than... Yeah, no. I'm not even halfway done. Ridiculous. To our dearest Adventures with V, your parents sent us an article about you making 250,000 coins? Where are my parents? We're happy you found your community and you're thriving on Coral Island. We sent some extra money to add to the pile. The kittens are taking over our bedroom. We let them sleep there with us. There's no winning with these cuties. We're beyond proud of you. Love, Grandma. Well, thanks for the money. I'm just trying to figure out... I don't even know what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, what day is it? Oh yeah, I need these. What was I saying that I need to get fishing? Item will be delivered in the mail. Thank you. That's funny. But I don't need to do anything. Oh. Consumable? Yeah, consume it. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So, perfect. Crafting amount of bait. I think double fish will be good, yeah. But 5 and 50. Oh my gosh. Okay. Instant pull. Oh my gosh, that would be fantastic. Selling price, of course. These two together. Which one? So basically, which one am I not going to use? Catch double, instant pull. I mean, that's only a 3%, so maybe it'll be that one. Anyways, let me get my do not sell so I can get my forage component. Okay, 5 battery and gold. Battery, gold, earth. That's what we need. And oh, anything else in food? I don't remember where I have the seeds. That's fall, so that'll be next year. Oh yeah, that's good. Even though everything is gonna be dead tomorrow. Whatever. I think these trees will too. Not 100% sure though. And I know that I'm gonna sell the osmium quality. Alright, Ling, I hope you're open. Ooh, and I have enough. Upgrade the hoe, right? Silver kelp essence. Perfect. Maybe not. Oh, but I don't have enough. Or oh, I don't want to put that in there. But I do want to put this hardwood with this, since I don't need it. Ow. Let me just go visit Ling. Get the component. Oh, I feel accomplished. I'm. Oh, right. How do I. Am I not able. I can't visit Link today. Oh. Alright. I guess it's okay. Bonbon. You wonder how Bonbon can be so cute and fluffy. Pigeon. Alright. That's the area I usually find stuff. No, I don't think it is. I think it's right here, right? Why is the light on? Still blocked. Alright, so what am I gonna do today? I guess I'm gonna go back to the mine. I don't think I have any. Takeba. I've been eating the same lunch for years. Oven baked risotto is a great comfort food. Sounds good. No Ben. And nothing wants to lie in there. Another mushroom. Wait, I passed that mushroom? I sure did. Alright. Oh, I want to upgrade my barn. Pretty sure I can't afford it. I don't care about this bug. I think I do care about that. Is that a moth? Ooh, 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 ooh. Shoot. I have 3. So I think I want to go in here. Can't I get more wood? Talk to this man. Ooh. Hold on. I didn't get that bug before. And hardwood. The one over here? Yes. 17. I don't think I got that one before either. Oh yeah, I did so. Oh, nice. The giants. The tiger thing. Alright, we gotta let them out. Let me set all my stuff back away. Then to sell. Can be in food. I think that stuff should be in food section. I'm saying, no, just what? I just want to cook with the plain, but everybody, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, and 4. All right. I was gonna use it, but let's kill. Or did not eat that green curry. There's something that I want to update. I don't have enough silver. I need to start taking this with me. Actually, let me take it now. Let me just go down there and oh, keep forgetting. Goddess blessing. If it's a fishing blessing, I'm gonna. Oh, sometimes you get no blessing. The blessing well is dry today. Well, can't win them all. And that's fine. But draw another? No. That would be too easy. Well, you scared the shit out of me. You got something else? You don't have anything else. Talk to Pop. We shouldn't talk about Pop. I'm happy for Antonio. His business is booming. He's got new stuff and all. Well, you don't want to hang out with me today? Must have hung out with him twice this week. I don't remember hanging out with him at all, though. Want ore. And gems that we need. Geo? Geo? No Geo? I have my ring on to get rare items. Okay. Not a single geode, oh my god. Nothing. Ooh, yuck. Is that two? It's two. Got a... Okay, well. I didn't bring Jamba with me. Yep. Sure, yep. There's 4 of them on this level. What double trouble thing is Stone and Stinger. Even try to fight me. If I got this buff, I don't want to fight. Oh, good. Doesn't say time. I know they said 7 p.m. and later. Tree. Fingers. Poison sac. I don't. I'm not even trying to move. Nothing from either one. Just leave you here. Maybe I'll leave her at 11 to get there. It'd be nice if you can move. Both of y'all. No geodes. Okay, there we go. That made me happy. Still gonna go. Control. We need some silver ore. I don't remember. Oh yeah, for the... Yes. Back in that room. Ooh. Double, double, toil and trouble. Wood. Ooh, we need your... You wanna give me some wings? Yes. Let's do crafting. That's it? You scare me. We need your wings. No, okay. We just need to fight. Popped out. Okay, ignoring you. Ooh. More wings. Two Big Berthas. Okay. Mm. Not about the time. Or hungry. You give me wings, I will be able to. No wings, alright. We gotta go. Get home. Empty some of my pockets and then get to Spooky Festival. Oop. Not gonna be when I come back. Go. That's two. That has not been offered. I have to restart the day. I can't miss the spooky festival. Oh my gosh. Till 10. I knew that. It was my fault because I ran into that sign earlier. I can't believe I did that. All right, so we will be leaving the mines at 9. Now, just because I know I can't see Ling, I will just go earlier. Yeah. Mm, especially because I love Halloween, so I gotta see the spooky festival. And that. So I don't remember if today was the day that I upgraded the fishing pole. I don't think so. If it's not, then I'll just take care of the animals and then go to the mine and know that at 9 o'clock I have to leave. Oh, and we might get a different perfect. Mari thinks it's the cutest, and it's right. Zuri thinks it's the cutest, and it's right. You're both right. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna skip this because he needs fish and he doesn't want me to tell Millie. We remember. Oh, yeah, and then we got $1,000 from Grandma. Thanks, Grandma. And I really don't think I need to water these, right? I'm not gonna water any of these. There is food. Not a huge deal, but it's weird. Food in here when I have a food area. Okay, I'll put the hardwood in there too. And yeah, let me get the animals. Uh-oh. You guys outside, don't go inside. double. Not that, sorry. That. We do 1 and 1. Okay. We are ready. Limited due to festival day. 9 o'clock. But I gotta get my wood first. Yeah, don't be so sad. Oh. Too quick. Know what this is. Orchid mantis. Oh, I've had that before. Yep, donated. Nice, you get more hardwood then. We can talk to you. I'm happy for Antonio. His business is booming. He's got new stuff and all. Oh yeah. Didn't do the goddess blessing of the day. Hopefully it's something I can use in the mine. Okay. I wonder if you don't get a blessing on the day of a festival. I wonder if that's a rule. Oh, I don't have my rope. You don't have any rope. Let's start craft. Let's do even 10. Red King Arowana. Isn't that one that I need for the mine? Or not the mine. I'm in the mine. Right? Oh, that means I didn't get the double. I think I had like 3 wings. Like for a geode. Colossal's good too. No, you know what? I'm not gonna fight anybody who doesn't have wings. Who can't give me wings, I should say. I've not had tuna yet. Like a shark. Feel. We have 12 hours to be down here. Oh. Eating. I want a geode so bad. Other ore is good. Come on, geode. Not a single geode. I'm gonna get all of these rocks. Golly. Right. Oh, good. Not gotten a tarantula, I'm pretty sure. I was chasing after that one. Nothing. Nothing. That's an interesting... Fight you just because I've never fought you guys before. You're still a turtle. I see. Alright. from the last day. Nothing. Ooh, geode. Mystery geode. No geodes, no fossils. Got some old. Nothing. No wings. Inventory full. Ready? I guess that is what these things do. Inventory up quick. Oops, I was trying to get over here. This. Alright. Bugged level. Flaming turtles. Ooh, wings? You give me wings? Maybe, possibly, hopefully. I'm back. Double loot. Alright, now I really need to watch the time. Now that I got my double loot. Ooh. For me. Monster. Mm-mm. Red King Arowana. Oh. I think I want everything. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's it, but there might. No? Oh. AGOs will pop out and blast me. Oh no, we need the gold. We're just gonna have to get rid of some stuff. Oh, I know what I can do. Oh, no, because that's just gonna. I was gonna say I could put the rope. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of the compost. Much tuna. Since we are full. Yeah, and it's 5:30. Good. We can take the long forage with what space in my pocket. I'm stupid. Even though. Happening. time, turn on my light. Ooh, I was looking forward to 2 of those. Oh yeah, I got rid of it, duh. Grab the stuff that I can sell. But done. And food. Let me get the food because I'll be gifting people with. Except for that osmium. Nice try, but no. I don't know about gold, but we'll see. Nothing, alright. Nothing, alright. Nothing. Alright, now let's keep it that way. And we'll be getting more. Hold on. I don't have anything. Opal. Couldn't see it. Okay. We're almost where I was before. Me. Oh, I can't. Oh. Let me go ahead and drop off the fish then to the farm. I mean, pocket. I think I'm gonna. Still have food in here? No. Alright, we're done. And we still have time. I'll have to run. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. I was like, no. Oh, this is what we can do. Where's the other? gift that. Get some juice and stuff going. Damn, that's what it is. Yeah, and since I'm here, is this done? I don't want to wait for that to be done since it looks like it's almost go. Then when we come back, the cheese will be done. Let's go get spooky. Start the spooky festival. Now, if you guys say that you love my costume, I'm gonna hate it because I don't have a costume. It's fine. Taco. Oh. Like it's taking up a large area too. Let me talk to Thought I'd dress up a little today, spice things up. I can't come as a blacksmith, can I? That'd be your outfit. Damn. Whoa, you look good. What about me? Do I look good? Don't tell him this, but Dad's not good with scary things. That's why he hated the haunted house. Oh. Can we not gift anymore at festival? This event takes me back to my youth. This time of year was always busy for us models, work invitations flying around everywhere. Oh, I wasn't clicking the right button. This is interesting, thank you. Man. You found this where? In the sea? Oh, shoot. This is from underwater? That's pretty shocking. I mean, it's cool, but I'm totally stumped. What is it? Oh my gosh, is this a nod? That is so cool. Like a nod to Beetlejuice. Oh, how lovely. This, salty smelling thing. It's just what I needed. Thank you so much. God, nobody likes it. Too bad I can't dress Stefan up. I had this idea. He'd be Watson and I'd be Sherlock. It wasn't in the budget this year. Oh well. Oh, what are you supposed to be? Economical. I like it. This is curious. What exactly is this item? You guys don't appreciate me. I'm not giving this to her. You know she's not gonna like it. It's a little hard to move in this costume, but sometimes fashion requires sacrifice. What are you wearing? Good gosh. Ooh, good gosh. Where did the town get this many pumpkins? Did you supply them? Not this many. these. Everything else you can get other times. Yay, and now we can craft them too. Wait, Waku. Heads up, avoid Sam. I was talking to him earlier and he can't stop complaining about the town code. I think he's had to deal with Mr. Mayor. This is so cute. This is Valentina. Today is super fun. Mom and Auntie dressed up too. Are you okay? You look scared. Frank dressed up as himself. He's so boring. Dress up as. This event goes on till late. I don't think I'll be brave enough to walk home alone. Here's our friend. Oh, little unalive mariachi band. Oh my gosh, their heads follow you. That's cool. Some of the ghosts in the haunted house scare me for real, and I don't get scared easily. Dinda and I made a lot of the props. You can tell we used the best quality wood. Town's been using the same props for years and nothing's broken. No poor materials for us. In the middle of a cemetery. For a bonk skeleton game? Oh, it's not. I want to play the bonk skeleton game next. It's fun to get all dressed up sometimes. The last time Suki and I dressed up as a pair was freshman year in university. We went as blueberries in pajamas. And then B1, of course. She went as B1, of course. The blueberries in pajamas, like bananas in pajamas. People say the festival's supposed to be scary, but I see smiles everywhere. We used to make our own costumes. With 4 kids, we had no other choice, dear. 4 kids. Oh yeah, because we don't know the one brother. Okay. I think 2. I already did the spooky shop. Oh, I skipped the scavenger hunt. I'm gonna try to. Sure. How do we? Maybe here? No. This. Oh, I don't usually look like this. It's a festival, so I thought maybe I could dress up a little. Bad idea? Thank you, that's what I was going for. Okay, but I didn't start the scavenger hunt. Like, Luke's whole family is here, even Taco. Okay, how do I start? You just gotta interact with everything. I'm gonna just do the bonk though. Maybe this will. What are the rewards? Ooh, a weapon. We could use that too. Okay. Practice. Okay, so we want to make sure it's not lit. Try it again. Oh, and it's set up a little different now. Dashing isn't really working for me. Okay, we're just gonna have to play it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yikes. Ooh. Can I just focus on one side? Are you guys gonna all pop up like that? Good job, Archie. 20 points. That was close. I gotta do it again. Do it again? Yes. Oh my god, there's a lot of people. $170. I think that was better than last time. I don't remember what my score was last time. Shoot. I think it was 3 something. Huh? Hey now. Extra 80 points over him. Still don't understand the scavenger hunt because me anything. Know that I found an item. Oh gosh. Definitely a ghost. Talk to you. I already talked to Waku. Really, how do I know? Sculpture titled together. Okay. Yes, I've tried to open it many times, so I keep trying to talk to him and he doesn't want to talk. Good. I can't help but worry that somebody might get too scared at this festival. What if somebody's heart can't handle the scary surprise? You're worried about yourself? Peace. The haunted house was so scary, but I did it. Mom said I was brave. Good job. Are you brave? Did your mom say you're brave? No. I hope you enjoyed the spooky festival. Plenty to do here. Take a look around, will you? Love to. I'm just trying to figure out this. Yeah. Aw, it's the kids. Oh, cute. Are you okay? You look scared. My niece made me dress up like this. Don't get any ideas. I dressed up as Frank the bartender. What do you think? I can't deal with you. Attaching that massive skull to the arch could have been easy. Couldn't have been easy. Pablo was great. That skull's very heavy. I made it. It's like I'm not even in Starlet Town anymore. The whole place is spooky. Hey, you look nice. Enjoying the festival so far? Get 5 things. Oops. New craft. Oh, yes. Oh, and dark essence. Nice. Okay. I did this so I can look this up before. Is it called the scavenger hunt? Okay. Coral Island scavenger hunt. I want to know where all of the items are. Okay. Yeah. How do you do the scavenger hunt at the spooky festival? Been running around all over clicking everything. Okay, this is in Reddit. There's 5 round purple eyeballs. Oh, they're all over. Okay. One is near the cemetery, haunted house, fountain. We got the fountain. 3, 4, 5. One is near the shop, near Sam's. Okay. Well, this is Sam's, so. Oh, it was sitting right there. That's good to know that it will be where we can see it. I'm guessing this is the haunted house. You're not. Who are you? No, we don't need any more. Trying to find Ball, is that it? That's it. Yeah. One is near. Eyeball. Hey. Oh. That's part of it too. Well, it makes sense because wouldn't it be funny if one of these ghosts turned out to be the real deal? Well, not funny. You know what I mean, right? That is scary. So this is the cemetery that they're talking about. This festival could be about something more profound, like honoring our late loved ones. Now all we have are people going into silly empty house. Anyways. Ring toss. The eyeball, I don't see anything looking at me. I do. How many do I have? 4. Now they're having an event to get spooked. Odd thing to spend money on. I'm not here for work. I'm here to have fun. Yay! I've never gotten that garbage. Ben's back. Positive energies everywhere today. This is where I'm supposed to be right now. I can feel it in my gut. Bought that thing for you. The town looks good. The Sanchez's have done a great job decorating. Okay, eyeball. Where you at, eyeball? I overheard Sunny mentioning something about a ghost. You think it could be real? I haven't seen anything myself, but I feel a sudden cold breeze near my neck earlier. You noticed anything strange? Oh, this is cool. Okay. I think I saw a ghost over there. Me too, Sunny. The town sure is dressing up today. Oh, my favorite tropical fish. Have you checked out Haunted House yet? Things they made for this festival are so interesting. I'm curious about how much work it was to get that haunted house up and running. Paul is just unflappable, especially when it comes to spooky things. Flappable. When we went through the haunted house earlier, instead of screaming, he was commenting on the prop. It's neat seeing everybody's costumes with different ideas of what a ghost looks like. The real thing is a lot more boring. Emma's really good at things like this. I guess she must be in order to keep a food truck up and running till midnight. Oh, there's the eyeball. Right? Perfect. Ooh. Like that. That's creepy. We talked to Frank. He's Frank, the bartender. Please. Mm. Oh, pink diamond. Alright. Got that. Spooky shop. Okay, so just the ring toss game. I don't think I saw this at night. I want a screenshot of this. No? Okay. What are the rewards? So I didn't have to buy a light ring, but we do need the silver kelp. This is not easy. Oh. Oof. What the heck? That's what I'm practicing, cause okay. Oh, oops. That's rough. Point though, I'd rather just. Let me try this one in front of me. I can't get the one right in front of me. Huh? Good. You need to get a perfect score to get first place. There's no restart button. Play it all the way. Slightly behind the skull. Yeah, they can bounce off even if you line up perfectly. Oh, even if you get the same score as Archie. um... Huh. Face in the yellow? Okay. that, but okay. Oops. This is not what it looks like it should be. Okay. Uh, are you fucking kidding? Alright, well, at least I got some gold. We can do it again. Alright. Okay. Let me go for the back. Go hard or go home, right? 3 tries. Uh... What? Alright. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna go for that back one first. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. Hey. Will I ever get it? I got 0. No, let's go for the back. I was gonna go for this, but okay. But still. I don't think I'm gonna. I'm kind of. Yeah. So I already got the 3rd and 4th place. I'm trying to beat Archie. That's why I'm trying to get the one in the back. Because the 10 and the 20 is easy. Let me try to get this 30. Yeah, I'm finally on the board. All right. See if I can beat Lily. Okay, that's fine. Cool. You said if you can get the 30 in the way back, you might beat him. Yeah, I heard you can't tie to win. Oh, oops. Okay, well, I still beat Lily. Her name Lily? I do need the silver celt. Oh, okay. I didn't even check to see what he has. So 110. Let me calculate. What do I need? 90. Okay. So there's one that I can leave. But of course it can't be the one in the back. I'm gonna try for the one in the back again. My eyes to make sure my vision is clear. I'm so close, I know. Ooh, that's on the edge. Yeah, this is just me trying to get the one in the back then. I've already made it so I can't win. Oops. It's hard to get both to line up. There we go. When it was possible. It's a little short, isn't it? Yep. Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, let me get around to the early 30s and 20s. I gotta get that 30 within the first two. In the first two shots. Oh shoot. And it's over. Oh, it's another practice. Alright, well, we got it. I think I'm about to tie. Not quite. Okay, we can save the 30 in the back. Okay, I could try that. Oh, let me adjust my seating. All right, let me get the 20 in the middle. Okay. No pressure. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. That's why I feel like I need to get the one in the back first, because oh, it's not like they're bouncing off the other head. The game cheated me. Shoot. Oh. I can't mess this up now. Okay. Oh, I can't get cocky. I'm gonna cry if I don't get this now. The first one? Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, it was a little too short. Okay. Hmm. Yikes. Yeah. Oh gosh. See? I don't think I got it. I'm gonna cry. They changed it. You can tie him. Oh, so happy. So happy. Oh my gosh. That was stressful. It was stressful. Oh gosh. Oh. It should not have been that stressful. But I'm glad they made it so you can tie him and win. Archie, why are you so good? Happy dance. I know, right? I kind of want to see the parade again because I did everything else. Oops. Wonder if they let you see it twice. You want some chips? Whoa, what's this? Something from underwater? That's wild. I've never seen anything like it. Let's see if these people said like what I gave them. I don't think anybody did. I don't think I gave this to any of these people. Where are the people I gave it to? Her. I gave it to her so she didn't like it or not like it. There's somebody who likes dried. Wonder if Ling would like it. Didn't like it or dislike it. We know he likes pick. Yeah, nobody shows anything about a pickled item. Or I think I gave it to her. Beat up Archie. They did update the game. It just got updated today. No, I want to go down. Oh, you can only watch it once. Okay. Well, then that's all. Archie. Ooh. No, I'm not gonna give him. Yeah, I don't have any rocks for you. And I got... Oh yeah, because it was a pink diamond. Yeah. Alright, let's go home. Well, I gotta stress the heck out. And I think I wanted to look 1150. And they really... Oh, nice. The big scarecrow. I think I was going to... Oh, it's the cheese. Something to sell. Good sleep. That was fun to watch. I'm glad it was fun for you. It was stressful for me. Oops. Do that. It's Sunday. Did you know? Oh, I forgot it's the coral. Is this the same? Yeah. All those dried food, yeah. You need it for the mine. Oils of the land. So hard to find lotuses in the city. Completely obsessed with lotuses like me. Now is the time to harvest them. Lakes, okay. The weather, once we're here. Sunny and clear. Oh. Oh, you said sell the dry food? No. I have enough coins. I have 21,000. I keep getting 150 points for replanting Pearl Forest. Is that because I keep getting the... Gotta make the sushi? Okay. Look, I got 100 points for beating Archie. 240. Oh, foraging went up. Edge fence and gate, nice. Friends with Bree and Dinda and Frank. Oh, thanks for the follow. And Luke. And Macy and Noah. Good. How did Pablo get down there but not Raphael? I've given Raphael what he loves. Whatever. 24,000. So 50k. Nice. I can buy some stuff. How much was I? I had 142. That was 448. Okay, yeah. The wool cloth is still the best. Alright. It's winter! I'm gonna play this last day. Winter. I gotta make sure I buy up all the seeds that I need. Let's see if moving back here is the right decision. Oh yeah, I need to get new clothes. My fishing pole is complete. So, I wonder, since we... Oh, help me find my tool. Well, yeah, where's my scythe? Okay. Oh, I know why I didn't have it. Because I went to the mines. And I moved it. This hammer is interesting. I want to spin in a circle with the chicken hammer, yeah. I also need to... Well, he's closed on Mondays. All gone. I'll say, what is that? Tries to lick your face. Gives you a happy bark. It's pretty. Have you tried making fried tempeh? I've enclosed my recipe if you want to make it. Well, that's nice. You like ramen? Try out this recipe for seafood ramen. One of my favorites. Absolutely phenomenal. Do you know how to make guacamole? Cold weather here. Please bring your animals inside and use a heater. Keep them indoors until spring. Okay, well that answered my question. Thanks again for the fish. Here's that free lunch I promised. A burrito. That's nice. Sense boost. Oh, yeah. Around here. So what we need is... Oh, you know what? I might not even have... Oh, that's why I'm seeing all of this, because I'm seeing for all the seasons. Yeah, I don't have any winter seeds. I'm not rank C. Scared by the scarecrow. I do need the chicken suit. I just don't have enough. Well, now I have enough money. There's some stuff I want to get. But alright, so I need to get my seeds, the wild seeds. A lot of them, 64. And... because we do need snowdrop. Do one so I know it's a snowdrop. Gonna start planting them everywhere. This way, hopefully, I will get what I need. Why can't I use the item there? Oh, 29. A lot of watering. away. You have me wondering why I stopped playing. Since the update, you may as well come back. I know it's frustrating when a game isn't finished, but it doesn't feel like they just left us, you know, hanging with a lot of stuff. Very true, yeah. One more. Alright. I have never in any other season planted so much. How long ago did you stop playing? Yeah, I know I gotta upgrade. In a minute. That's why I decided to wait. So this is my first playthrough. I figured the game isn't finished. Let me wait till it at least looks like it kind of is. My. And I definitely use more help essence. And I need to feed all of my animals. Ooh. Osmium. I also need to look into getting a silo today, since I'm pretty sure I have enough coins. Okay. Come on. You gotta move. Come on. Alright. You gave me wool yesterday? Look, sir. Come here. I don't want to let you outside, but you gotta move. Put this Mm. Oh, it can be donated. And we gotta open all of these. And diving. Glass away. And then the ring and the trash. Even though I do want to. Okay. Storage component. Need 5 batteries. Five. Earth. Okay. Then. But I can expand the barn now. I'll do 100 stone. And fiber. Awesome. And I also need to see what I need to get the silo. They're open right now. So funny that it snowed on an island. Oh, the new rank has given us a chance to showcase my store. Homes around town are looking snazzier. Rank? It's not new. Oh. Are nosy. Oh, I've done all 4 mines. I knew this doesn't have to be such a big deal. I don't want to go alone. You're right, it's not a big deal. I think I overreacted a bit. I'm sorry for walking out like that. I just feel like we've been doing so many of these events lately and I'm getting overwhelmed. I did all 4 of the mines, but I haven't gotten the... I forgot what the other one in the savannah. I don't have the savannah open yet. Sorry you walked in on us like this. We just had a little disagreement, that's all. And if you don't want to go, that's okay. I don't want you to if you don't feel comfortable. But I have to attend. This one's for my alma mater, so I can't skip it. But next time we'll choose together. Let's only go to the fun ones. Okay. I kind of do want to go because then I'd get to see some friends. I just don't feel like going to a big gala. Not in the mood for fancy dinners and dressing up. What do you think I should do? You should go. It's less about enjoyment, more about duty. Probably not a bad idea to take a break from these events. Socializing can be tiring. You should do what you want. If you want to see your friends but not go to the gala, that's what you should do. Yeah. might just do that. I'll contact a couple of friends and see if they want to meet. Thank you for the insight. It's a good thing to work hard and keep going, but I feel it's even better to recognize when to stop and take a break. Well, as long as you decide before next Friday, because I need to make hotel arrangements. Yeah, I've finished the fire. His winter outfit is cute. Hey, Mom. Oh, that's what we need to do too. I need to get... Archie, so nice to see you, dear. What can I... Do we have any extra newspaper lying around? Did you take a sudden interest in the news? Sure, I guess. I think sawdust might work too. What is he trying to do? Can I take some? What's going on, Archie? Nothing. I just... You know what? Forget it. You can talk to me, Archie, if there's something going on. Since when do you not talk to me? It's nothing, Mom. Is this about a girl? What? No, ew. Mom, why would you say that? I don't know, you've been so secretive lately. All this time alone, scurrying around the house, doing who knows what. I just thought... Ew. Okay, a couple years too early for that one. But it's something, Archie. I don't know. You can tell me. Okay, 1 minute. I want to know what he's doing. Boy stays busy. What is this? Chirp chirp. Oh, is that a bird? A white-breasted wood wren. I found him lying in the woods a couple days ago. I think his wing is broken. This is what you've been... I couldn't just leave him there. I couldn't. He would have died, and I know you and Dad don't like animals, so I didn't want to take him over to Anne and Paul. Hey, who said we don't like animals? Dad says it like all the time. I guess. I mean, we're not animal lovers per se, kiddo, but an injured bird is something else altogether. You want to nurse him back to health? I'll help. You will? Of course I will, sweetie. This is a wonderful thing you're doing. You don't have to hide it from us. Okay, that would be great. Thanks, Mom. You hear that, Mr. Beaks? Mom's going to help. Of course I will. Let's start right now. I think I have a few empty shoeboxes in the house. That will make for a great nest for Mr. Beaks, don't you think? Okay. Edit farm buildings. Barn. I'm keeping that. Back upgrade. Yeah. Hope I don't regret it, but okay. Okay, we'll start the upgrade tomorrow. Enter. Hello. 3. Oh, 2 resin. That's why I haven't done it. Do this though. I don't know if I have fish. Put in there, I was gonna save something. If I have 1 gold kelp and 20 seaweed. But I do also... Oh, kale, that's not a flower. Actually, I think kale is what I need for the... Oh, taco. Say hello to Taco. He seems to like it, and that's all that matters. Rose hip. Pansy. Have you seen the new clothing items? They're really nice. It's at my cousin's store. You should check it out. I will. Oh yeah, develop equipment. Think for a second what I was in here to do. I need to get that. Battery, silver kelp, and scrap. I have 5 silver kelp. Oh yeah, and I also need to go get my... Oh. Wait, do I have... I think I do. Right? Also... 2 more seeds. Okay. I have 2 geodes. Whoa, what day of the week is it? Monday. Okay. That means they're open. Morning. I like your jacket. Alright. I gotta go home and then come back to get that thing and buy some clothes. Luckily I had pants, so I can just butter. Hmm. Since let me see, since I'm here, if they move so I can give the hay. Okay, you move. Where is my seaweed? That shouldn't be over there. It should be in diving. Oh, perfect. And it was silver kelp essence, right? I don't remember what else. Okay. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do the yes, gold kelp essence is what I need. 20 scrap. not doing that. This. I need to make app. That could be good too. Put it somewhere. Okay. Yeah. And I don't have that many hardwood. What are you working on? I'm trying to get the silo. I'm not donating that yet because I think I need to offer that. And I didn't get the goddess blessing of the day. No blessing again. Okay, so that's not. This just need to be donated. Alright. Oh, I need to get my fishing pole. Especially because if it's Monday, I think they're closed. Oh. Nice juicy bug. Silver fishing pole. Okay. See what we can scavenge in the winter. Hmm. So it looks like I moved my winter. Brussels sprouts. These are just snowdrop and leaves, but just bronze. I want perfect. So I also need oh, it's down. Grab there. For seeds, I think I'm done planting. Didn't have that, but $20 hardwood. Really, I could update the coop. I think that's what. No, because that. Ooh. Definitely don't have that. That for me. Ooh, mommy scarecrow. 4-leaf clover backpack. running around for a long. Brussels sprout. Blacksmith. I didn't mean to go to the museum. Alright, full. Cleared out all the trees over here. Mayonnaise, mayonnaise, mayonnaise. Oh, actually. Food. Ginseng? I gotta start making more bug. That can be sold though. Stuff used to be. Alright, we want silver. I think I'm gonna go. Oh, I still got. Oh my gosh. So much edible. I want to go underwater. All the space in my pocket. Oh, and I didn't get this stuff. Put the cheese away. Too much stuff in my pocket. Oh, I don't have the ring to make me swim faster. The crab looks like it's trying to fight. Okay. Wait, is there even... Oh, there is one back there. Okay. And is... Mm. It was a big creature, whatever it was. Look. Oh my god. Okay, good. Blocked. No, it's not. I can't go up. So that's a dead end, so I gotta go there. Oh, another stone crab. Grapes. All blocked. Well, then let me go. I don't know. It's late. Oh, bye. There. That's already been done. Yeah, okay. They're still here. And we go. Nope. I know it was blocked. Oh, no, it's not. Gotta keep following it. Harlequin. Alright, this. Me. Really cool. Oh, that's really cool. Oh. before passing out time. Oh, I didn't buy a sweater. May as well just buy it. Was gonna go try it on. Oh. Oh. Come on. Didn't wanna. Okay. Adds it up. 3. Oh, I didn't have any wool. Any fabric. Solution. Duck mayonnaise is still plastic. Large mayonnaise, 345 is the highest. It's Raj's birthday. I just want to see. Change wardrobe. So. Okay. Yeah. That works as a sweater. I don't know if I'm gonna do today. Ooh, but there's a new deal. Coral shopping, yeah. Okay, an oven. So that's what we're getting this week because I'm only buying appliances on sale. So that's why I only have 3 so far. Oven. Also want to decorate this place, but the thing that I was looking at buying won't go in here and I don't want it to be. Only have 30 recipes. I think a tortilla. Any mussel. Oh yeah, we keep getting mussels. Ooh, I can do spring frittata. I'm pretty sure I have okra, so I could do slimy okra. Or maybe I don't because we could do clam chowder. Oh, sunny side up is any egg. I just don't have a skillet. I don't have avocado or garlic. Yeah, let me make a bun. Yeah, okay. I'll play today. Let's say I'm not even gonna play today. My last day. 12. All right. I lost one of my hats the other day. A powerful gust of wind blew it away, so if you find my hat, kindly return it to me. Okay. Fish and Sips needs a couple of fresh flowers. Would your farm be able to supply them? If so, please have them delivered as soon as possible. Sam's doesn't have a good selection. Okay. I think somebody else needed flowers too. It was interact. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the forageable. Oh, we're on the beach. Okay. For the tip. So town has the most. Oh, forest definitely has the most. Oh. You can even see the forageable underwater. Right. West. Fish and Sips flowers, yeah. 2 flowers to Leah. Okay. 2, 2. So I need 4. And I need his mushroom. His mushroom. And then don't know if I have flowers in here. Yeah, but the organ. I also need to feed the animals. He'll let me explore. We're all up and down the beach looking for his hat. I wasn't gonna pet you, but okay. Oh. Inventory full. Oops. Okay. And go, water all of that. Oh my god. Donated. Let me sell. And that. I can't think. Not juice. The one needs to be donated, so let me do that before I forget. And then I'll go chop some wood. And then we'll go to the beach. Okay, who needs Leah? Leah. Get it. Oh, duh. In your house? Find you. And yeah, you better be here. I don't want to hear you say that you went somewhere else. Gotta be her bedroom. Fuel to walk. Are you kidding me? Gone. Leah! Oh. Rude. Buy fish and sips. Where are you now? You're on the beach. Listen, we're taking these inefficient sips. That's what Noah asked. Oh. Wrong time. Between 10 a.m. It's not 10 a.m. yet. Ugh. My goodness. Alright, now it's 10 a.m. Hey, come in, come in. Whoa, I didn't know we were behind the register buddies now. Kidding, what's up? What you got there? Wow, hey Noah, come here quick. Yep, just a sec. He made him run. Hey, you got what I asked for. What do we owe you? What? No. Hang on, we don't owe anything. Oop. You asked her for a couple of lazy flowers you can easily get near the lake. I mean, that's true. Oh, no offense. These flowers are great. Yeah, well, I'm busy, Frank. I needed help getting those flowers. If it's so easy to get the lousy flowers, why don't you go get them yourself next time then, bro? Walked right into that one, didn't I? Alright, never mind. Thanks for your help, brother mine. And you too. Thank you, and I believe... Sorry about Frank, he's a cheapo. Hey, come on now, I was just kidding. Right. Anyway, thanks for the flowers. We really appreciate it. Alright. Did they take the flowers? Oh, they did. They just took 2 of one and 1 of the other. Fine. Are there air? Get you some wool. Cod before. Come on, I know you're out there. Come on. If you have to wear a coat, then walking into the water in the winter is probably not a good idea. I'm never getting a hello back from you, aren't I? How long have you been waiting to spring that line on me? Not to be so rude, jeez. I'm sorry. Wow, I didn't mean to. Sorry. God, I'm such a loon. I'm just on edge, that's all. It's Ling. You know Ling, right? My stepmother, she runs the lab in town. Everyone loves her, but the thing is, we don't exactly get along. I mean, she's fine and everything, we just never really clicked after she married my dad. It's not like I have the world's best mother. She chose her career over me after all, and I haven't heard from her in ages. But I do have one, and it's not Ling. Yeah, we're all sorry. But lately Ling's been, I don't know, making an effort or something. She wants to connect with me. I don't need a fake mom in my life, but she's my dad's wife, and not like I can completely blow her off, so I'm just trying to find ways to de-stress. Usually taking pictures of dolphins helps me relax, but the dolphins haven't been showing up lately. A perfect end to a perfectly miserable day. You may want to give Ling a chance. She's pretty nice. Thanks for the unsolicited advice about my personal life. You're the one who told us all your business. No man. flowers? No. Yeah. But yeah. Oh man, I tried to catch her as she changed position. Ah! Hmm. As soon as I walk away, she's gonna be done and she's gonna be somewhere else. I know, but I should leave, but shouldn't. Come back. Oh, hold on. Hold on. You didn't have to get me anything for my birthday, but I'm glad you did because this gift is awesome. Color? Ever since we hit D rank, I've noticed more shops have more items. Good for the town, good for business. We can't give them 2 gifts anymore on their birthday? Hour. Oh my gosh. Appreciate her trying. Still, but checking these bug traps. Brown trout. There's an event in here. Nope. There usually is. Okay. Leah, are you done? Oh. Search the beach over here. else that I donate this? Well, I'm waiting for Leah all day. To go in. Yep. Oh, it's you. Thanks for stopping by. You're one of the few people who do, it seems. What is this picture? Back in Pokyo, I was something of a big shot. Did you know that? Big city lawyer. That was me. Contracts, collections, litigations. People booked months in advance for 5 minutes of my time. But out here, I guess we just don't see as many people as we used to. We have dinner parties, of course. We're not heathens. I've seen you at them, right? I wasn't invited. No, I'm sure I saw you. Ben fell right into the cake, remember? And Scott belted out his entire college fight song in that terrible voice of his, even after we begged him not to. It was a laugh riot. Doesn't ring a bell? Well, you didn't miss much. It's just that, well, after the parties are over, nobody seems to want to keep in touch on their own accord. You know, just to check in, see how we're doing, maybe catch a game or something. I have all the sports channels, you know, 77-inch plasma TV, surround sound. When you watch a game, you can practically smell the peanuts, but Bree doesn't go in for that sort of thing, and Luke's busy in the shop, and oh, speaking of the shop, I need to go get the oven. You're gonna make me say it, aren't you? That's okay. I'm lonely. I just don't really feel like I'm part of the community here. You don't act like it either. Being honest. But I'm nothing if not a man of action. This is a problem that's easily solved. I just need to participate more in community events, that's all. Exactly. First stop, the tavern. Always a good place to catch up with all the latest local goings on. You can see yourself out, right? Right. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Let's go get that oven. Bree wants to act like... Oh, I meant to... Yes, of course, we can talk. I just don't think... Well, I just don't see the need for you to come all the way here. Oh, you're close? Or, I mean, sure, now's fine. Great timing, come and help me clean up. How are you gonna ask a customer to help you clean up? Come on, quick. Is everything okay? Fine, Peachy. Just that this place is a pigsty is all. You look around the shop, it seems immaculate. Just dust something. I'm sorry, it's just... Seems like we'll have a special visitor coming over soon. for bell jingles. My father. Hello, Luke. Look at this dusty old place. What? You know, even as a boy, you never liked to dust. What a shame it has bled over into what passes for your professional life. Listen. Sorry, Dad, I don't have an army of maids working here. Oh, drawl. It isn't like you stopped by. How can I help you? You have it backwards, son. I've come to offer my services to you. I've come to apply for a job. I don't understand. Honestly, son, your mother has something to do with it. She said I need to be more supportive of our son's business ventures. I told her I was being supportive by providing you the initial startup capital. I mean, well, that's not technically true. You worked at the vineyard. The money you earned for this store came from me. Anyway, where was I? Ah, Bree, yes. And then she told me I'd get to sleep on the couch for the night. Unbelievable. So lo and behold, here I am offering my services, which appears to be desperately required. Yeah, go ahead and clean the place. Are you saying you want to work here? Clenches teeth. Yes, I want to work here. That's great. Sure, yeah. Very well, I shall begin first thing tomorrow morning. Do I need to bring my own dirty apron, or will I be provided one? I'll take care of everything, don't worry. We'll start tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. You around. Don't like. I see why people don't like him now. Problem. Till now. Let me get my oven. For 5 more. Alright, Leo, where are you? Still there. I have to forgo this today. Irritating me. No putty. Oh. Oh. I think it's the lab that is. The lab is open. Did I bring my mushroom? Yeah. Oh, he's sleeping. Busy. the? Boy, Raphael, we got a letter from Mom and Dad. Really? Give me a sec. You're Pablo and... Oh my gosh. Something wrong? They misspelled my name. What? Really? Let me take a look. Oh, they spelled it with a PH. But hey, good news, brother. They only misspelled it once in the beginning. I'm sure it was a mistake. I'm sure it was. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? Oh my gosh. But it's not. People are always forget about me. Like the other day at the tavern, no one paid attention to what I was saying, and even my own parents forgot about me. What? That's not true. People love you. No, they don't. Did anyone notice I left the tavern? Well, yes, they did. You're lying, I can tell. Yeah, you're right. When I noticed you weren't there anymore, I asked around and no one even realized you were at the tavern to begin with. Gosh. I know, I can help you make more friends. I'll help you be more popular so that you won't be forgotten ever again. You should come with me whenever I go out. I got plenty of friends I can introduce you to. What? No, that's not what I... This is the perfect plan. No, it's not. It's not the perfect plan. I don't think I had the metal boot before. Or the underwater tablet. I don't know about the bronze statue either. I don't know what you like. What weapon? What's the blade made out of? Where is Leah? Oh, she's getting on my nerves. I'm about to hang out with Raphael. He likes tacos. Okay, I'm in. It sure does sound like something I'd enjoy. They changed it. The plates were empty when we got up. Thanks, yeah. Your connection with Raphael is growing stronger. Nighttime. Where? I'm Trout, nice. Where's Leah? She's still on the beach, but at least she moved. Oh. So she just decided to. Okay, let's go to their house. That's where I just. Oh. Okay, that is it, Lily. I've had enough of this. What? What's going on? For the past 3 days, I come home and you're just staring at nothing. I've been trying to get you to talk and nothing. I'm your dad and I'm worried about seeing you like this. Don't shut me out. It breaks my heart. Okay, so he's not being mean. It's nothing. My chores are done and the fridge is stocked. I don't know what to tell you, Dad. I'm fine. I don't want chores. To hell with the fridge. I want you to talk to me when you have a problem. I'm your dad. We're family. Something is clearly bothering you. Something or many things. I don't know. And you're silent. Stop. I hate to put you on the spot like this, but what do you think? She'll talk when she's ready. It's also not my place to comment, but... I don't want to talk about it, Dad. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a deadline to meet. Okay, drama. Alright, so 7:30. Who else can we be nosy with? That's no. No. 8. Frank's house. That. That's their house. Made it just in time. Oh, I didn't. Is this not their house? I have the wrong house. must have wrong. Oh, yeah, that's Millie and got a fish and chips. Whoop. It's true, babe. Noah told me so. Ooh, interesting. You know, it wasn't his visitation day. I wonder why he came over. They seemed closer than usual, don't you think? Are they? Are they what? Everyone tries to put you in the middle. Yes. Yeah, Xbox hasn't updated. They said that they'll wait until they know that this update is stable, I think, for PC. Oh, no. Suki's moved on. She told me she loves Antonio, but not in that way anymore. Something like they grew up together and figured out adulthood together. I don't know. I forgot what she said. The point is, I don't think he came over to, I think he was probably just visiting Raphael and Pablo. Yeah, probably. You know what? Wait, what Suki said about growing up together and all of that is true. I can relate. We grew up together, babe, and what you and I have is indeed special. And figuring out adulthood together does something to you. And you turning out to be such a fine lady is a plus. Oh, you don't look half bad yourself there, buddy. Ouch, haha. Okay, so what else did you hear from Noah? Lily back. I have this on my mind. Yes. Oh. Great, she's there now that I can't go in. Alright, well. Let me see. Oh. Donating something. And then maybe I'll go back down underwater. Still have 1 and 2. Water is where we need to go. Maybe that's what I'll do. Go to the water mine. Just blast open all the rocks. Try to get the need is my wood, my hardwood. This is random. Anything in there that I don't want to find another place. Oh, that's the only food? Okay. Combo. All we need. Oop. 2 hours in the water mine. Let's see what we can do. Any geodes we can. We're getting some good ore, but Asian sheep's head. Need that for them. Bull. Oh. I'm gonna switch over to Core Keepers. I've never played that. But I've seen quite a few people playing it lately. An hour, and I've gotten 1 geode. Crazy. I really need geodes. Okay. 2 geodes. Two geodes in 2 hours. Oh, your game crashed. Wait, I just saw that you said that. Not good. monsters. Those. An ore. And there's no ore. Ugh. Ugh, 2 hours for 2. $30 ore. Oops, not the museum. Yes, the time is going by the slowest that it can. Start with Raj, because it's his birthday. Can't wait to see osmium cloth. Be really nice. Moonlight earrings, yeah, just Millie's birthday. Oh. Uh-oh. You felt a large impact last night. Right, well, I appreciate not having to check this every day. Ooh. Winter Fair, New Year's Eve Fest. Oh, we got birthday. And now 3 birthdays. Oh, let me look at the oven. Got that. Oh. Recipe book for the oven. Okay. If I get flour, I can make a moon cake. Oh, all you need is flour for bread. Okay. Think I'll be using the oven anytime soon. And it's dark when you come out. I don't think I watered any of these yesterday. Alright. Well, I gotta remember to do that when I come back. This keeps making me look at it like, what is that? But alright, let me check my... Actually, no, forget these. Let me check in here. Did this expand yet? It did. Oh, I'm so happy. Alright, I'm gonna get my goats. Because I need 2 more. Yes, perfect. I can get my 2 other cows and my 2 goats. I'm so happy. I don't have a blender. I'm only getting the appliances as they're on sale. So I've only gotten the grill, the frying pan, I think, and the oven. But alright. I am going to call it a day. I'm tired, and the sun is about to come up. I can see it. So, yes, perfect. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out. And I hope you have a good rest of your night. Or morning, because technically it's morning.